All right, let me play a little bit more Strive. Yeah, I mean, they've already said you can unlock every character by just playing.
Here comes a new challenger. Round one. Fight. Get to it.
Doing some PBs. Yeah, they do less so in Valorant actually.
Round two. Fight.
Replacing key skip? Oh, bro. I can't do it, man. Sin is still boring, but now he's just like less broken. Play Slayer. I can't do it.
Terry. Round one.
Play Johnny. I did play some Valorant earlier. Too good of a human to ever play Slayer? I wouldn't say that. Yeah, what happened to Europe's Celestial? Dead. You know what? I don't want to play Abba Happy Chaos. I'm good, man. This is just deadlock time. No one's on. Alright. Time to play deadlock. I'm down. Number one pocket man in the building. It's really fucking good. It's my type of game, sure.
Terry. Round one. Fight.
Okay, 1K hours already. Holy shit. Yeah, the game is cracked. It's really good. You know what's good when I'm playing and there's no rank or anything?
Round two.
Solo lane. Like to see it. Oh, I need to fucking move my cam. I just realized.
Spirits.
I like the lane change a lot because it means a lot more when you kill someone out. Oh, and they made it harder to deny as well. Okay, what is that creep doing, bro?
Terry wins. Round one. Fight.
I do really hope they add rank soon. I can feel that MMR, lack of MMR, and like bad matchmaking is one of the game's biggest issues. It's like so obvious when someone's good or bad in this game too.
You messed up.
With their high skill set game.
Round two. Fight. Stay strong, buddy.
One.
Round one. Fight.
Dude, what are you doing, bro? You know he doesn't have zipline boost. So this kill actually matters like way more. feels so good to play a game where sometimes the developers go, you know what, we want to make this more skill expressive, not less.
Open the case. Terry, win! Round 1.
Pretty close to all. I can definitely kill this guy. Maybe even without. Honestly. Never got him back to base like that thing.
Round 2. Fight!
Okay. Buy some shit.
Bad idea. Terry, win! Round 1. Fight!
Seven minutes, more jungle camps.
Shows a blue.
What is BPI doing, brother?
Get around them.
Yep. Gold just kills him because of how bloodling works.
Round 2. Fight!
What is this tower doing, bro? Holy damn. Uh-oh.
Safe in here.
Oh, I took a walker. I'm still turbulent.
More where that came from. Maddox, Terry,
For me?
Stay safe out
I'm a really big fan of the match changes so far.
Round 2. Fight.
It's more just a done now.
Let me show y'all how to start that shit.
I'm gonna get blamed. Sure, we're good.
Round 1.
Yeah, that's right. You better run, bitch. What am I going again?
I see Vindicta.
That's right. Ended.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a big win. When you kill someone so hard that they just give up.
Shouldn't have made this one. This case is full of surprises.
Round 2.
Oh, it's too far.
Days in my head. No more games.
Let me show y'all how it's done.
Okay, I'm somehow walking away from that fight, no problem.
This case is running up ghosts anytime soon.
You gotta try
I missed so much health there, holy shit. Definitely getting more panic.
Barrage.
Oh my god. Get me the hell out of here.
I see Vindicta.
Round. Fight.
Yeah, we hella need flex left actually.
I see Kelvin. Convicts on the move.
We're winning, but it's still 15 minutes, so none of them are dead.
Spirits for
Oh, light spike? Where is team? Burst.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm ready. Run away. Probably the build I was on. Alright, this is definitely the bomb build. I do hope that it's going to be a little bit more freeform in terms of like big directions of the build. I feel like a lot of characters have like, you can make tiny item decisions, but you're not making like big different decisions. Oh my god. I fucked up. lethal. Damn, we never could have fought that too. Shit out of a lot of money. I'm coming back, boys. Oh my god, what the fuck? Fuck, I should've gone for it. Oh, shit. No.
Plan this out.
Unless? Fuck. No. Oh, I should have. No, the other person didn't get shot, so that's why I thought it was safe.
Round 2. Fight.
How is this game even close?
Round 1. Fight.
Dude, what are these lag spikes, man? Oh shit, nice.
Let's go mid.
Unless.
I see RV.
Go mid.
This case isn't running out of ghosts anytime soon. Get around.
there. Actually, why the fuck did you do that? Oh, did I run the wrong base? Am I fucking bringing it all? It's my fault. That's funny.
Terry, win! Round one. Shot. Fight.
GT grind. It's good thing, man.
Spirit's foot.
Round two. Fight.
I see Yamato.
Killing them in their base. I basically own them.
This case is
Are you gonna start now? I might raid you. I think I'm trying to get off. Of course. That was a good game though. I'm feeling a bit tired. Alright, get on, get on, get on. You can watch the turquoise.
Terry, win! Round one. Fight.
Go, 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 go. So yeah, I'm gonna get off. I'll try to go to sleep earlier so I can stream early tomorrow as well. Yeah, I'm gonna play Metaphor tomorrow, I think, and try some new fighting games. Might do it. Like maybe Marvel 2, maybe some other team game. Maybe Tekken? Pulse Champ? No. Alright, let me know. Any show tomorrow? I could play some show tomorrow. I'll see.
Round two. Fight.
Logging in. Booting up. figure it out. Not that long left. Alright. Next event, might go to Don't Park on the Grass. We'll see. Yeah, check out Turquoise TV Grind. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Terry. Round 1. Fight.
Things to get OBS to function. There you go. Don't know what build I know what build I'm going to do, but I don't know. Oh my god, I have to deal with a new Twitch. Okay, it's actually easier. I do have Ezreal. I'm definitely not going Blaster Bow. I can't. I think that comp was actually so gig.
Play out in the open. I looked so
I can try to get your position.
the whole team is here. Permission to
Nice back.
over there. Hey, his.
Yeah, it's our position. Nice. I'm pushing blue, I'm pushing blue.
Go out there and impose your will.
Indicta and Bebop and Inferno saw blue. Go over here.
Explosives planted.
The urn has been dropped.
My bad, sorry.
We're just all over the place. Even though they have urn.
What's the plan?
We can beat mid boss maybe? We should be stronger than him, right?
I don't think so. We have Yamato, but
Bebop is on your
have
right.
Vivo later. Split you for mid.
Story time.
They made it many.
Locking projectiles.
Victor.
Beep up.
Got the guy here.
Lash is still 1 HP. He's on base.
I see Geist.
It has no ulti. I can jump on you. I'm coming with Shimato. No, I'm with you.
Oh, has return fire. I don't heal anymore.
Behind us. On me, someone. Yeah, in front of us.
See Inferno.
Right
There's
there.
no.
Yeah.
Okay. I have my divine barrier. Fuck. I
Nice.
think
He's
that
still
will
in front
kill
of
me.
us.
Yamato's blade.
I can go on him. No, I'm going back. Holy fuck, I'm feeding. Hit this back. Huge. I'm taking the enemy jungle. I can take the urn.
Headed to yellow.
The spirit urn is waiting to
Coming
be
to you, Ivy. Ivy?
This way.
I have 800 HP, by the way.
Explosives planted.
is ours.
Can we take this? That's
Okay,
bad.
great.
Yeah, I'm here.
I see that sniper.
There's no range. I should go Mystic Reach.
Flights on cooldown.
Charging time. Charging time.
Flash. Flash.
Someone in?
I see the enemy. I see the enemy.
Oh, huge. You have swap. Nice.
Gathering time.
Come on, lady. Slow. I'm chasing him.
Jump.
Oh, wait. Oh, nice.
Guys?
Guys? Yeah, I can go. I'm on him. I got one shot, never mind.
Bombs ready.
Never mind.
I'm
Go
pushing
mid.
blue. Ah, no, you're pushing blue, never mind.
No mid.
Yeah, we can try. Sugar base.
We have Yamaro. By the time. Be mid.
I'm gonna do some.
He's
Speed boost.
can't go on fit. We need more. We can't do it anymore.
Flights on cooldown.
I come with speed boost.
I have
I
ult.
come with speed boost.
Do it. Just bait them at least.
Time to do my thing.
Wait, okay.
I took
I'm
1k.
here. Nice, I'm here. I'm gonna
heal
be
left.
left.
Fight now, fight.
One.
Charging time.
Ace behind.
Guys, the guys inside here. One guys. Get one HP. I'm bomb.
Got one.
Thank you.
Let's get this. I haven't bought this forever.
I am before.
I'll try it.
Hypothetically, try
Because I
Light
don't have any armors.
a convoluted attempt to make my dreams a reality. That right there is the armor I buy.
I'm defending yellow. Yeah, I'm going yellow.
Yellow Walker has been destroyed. Don't mind the blood on that. It's gently used.
Ace here, quick kill.
Storing time. Blocking projectile.
Never
Like
mind.
some cooldown.
I have reverb, guys. I can kill with multi.
Heating up.
I'm coming green.
Time to make my move.
He will kill. Can't be up.
Here we go.
Yank. I can go in with my ulti in 10 seconds.
I see Inferno.
Nice.
Can't waste time.
AIDS. AIDS is here. AIDS on my...
Yeah, cool, that swap. Probably would have died then.
AIDS on me. Inside here. Nice.
Good job.
I can still ult them.
Time to do my thing. All free.
I'm gonna ult them in 3 seconds. I'm going. Farming this. Fire them on spawn.
Oh, if they aren't paying attention, there's future.
I'm on guys.
I think 800 damage from the bomb.
Do this, guys. GG's guys. Good luck for next one.
I think that's there now. I'm on Talon. See, there's no paradox here.
Prepare. You're not seriously
Why did I get
walking away
paradox?
from me, are you?
I just want to try glass cannon. I'm in fairness now.
Summon me, Infernus, and I will give you what you seek.
Figure more. Yeah, in fairness, is a farm hero. I need to farm. Yeah, I've seen yesterday Necros was named Scriptos. He changes his name quite often. I just check through the Steam player thingy. Yeah, it's really.
Everything starts with a spark.
Get ready for a big slap.
inhibitor this game. I'll get spiritual overflow. I think this pair was right. It sucks.
Yeah, this takes me back to my misspent youth. This is my bread and butter. Might want to spend some money.
How long you think you can hide from me?
They got it.
Let's see how
Got something for you.
Today you're making history.
Oh, doing some rollouts.
Good work.
The dash.
You're looking to survive. You came to the right place.
I'll run, and they'll die.
Now go out there and impose your will.
Target's missing.
Bye. nothing. Shivlo.
Setting up a turret.
Okay, now we can start playing active at 20 minutes. Or should I just go crippling? Crippling would give me some heals too. Or escalating. How about this? This is like Mystic Slope. I don't need Mystic Slow now. Doesn't do the far red slow, but whatever. It ramps up. I played with Spiritual Overflow many times, but I tested the Insane book and I feel like the item just sucks. It doesn't do enough.
Poor Brian. Left his back on the second? We found out he was waiting on Heihachi. Mother Lover was waiting on Heihachi.
The urn is ours.
Oh wait, can open the west today. Interesting.
I'm wasting time here.
I hate that trade so much, bro. Trying to punish just the step into the pump fake, but then the counter hits kick to actually counter issue.
He didn't even die. I thought more would die. Yeah, leash. Heavy leash. Yeah, so is my thing is my thing.
What's up, Link? What's going on?
Definitely.
How my chat doing today, man? What's good with y'all, mother lovers?
We're actually doing gun damage. No one else low. I think I'll give them a lot of fun. Oh, there's no choice. If I don't go ahead my
Oh
team,
my god.
it's even worse. Low cooking headshot here.
The rat's over there.
Man, come on. He was caught. Oh, he was caught by that, bro.
mold. I'm gonna stay here. I get out. Get out.
Try to keep up. This will make the fires burn brighter.
Oh no, I can't do it right now anyway.
I should stop boosting also. Or at least get a shift.
His standing medium don't really got that much range on it, boy.
He's gonna die. Oh, he got cheap, never mind.
Just getting ready for this tournament this weekend for Street Fighter 6. Uh-oh. That missed.
Already dead. Affliction plus Mirage. Not fun. Not fun. Where's my boost to you? I think I would have died without, even without the line. I mean, just 37 only.
Crack shoot!
I wouldn't have. It was gun build.
Crack shoot!
Yeah, without line, I survived it. Right? Yeah, I have 160 HP. I just assumed I was gonna. No, I didn't think.
I keep mistiming that delay. Of course you with the jump.
Guys.
Something told me he was gonna do that. I didn't want to believe it, bro. But that was my chance right there to get it started.
Either like the weapon mover or even reducer. I have slots though. I need to exit. I can't sell anything. More.
Yo, Willisons, thank you for the follow. A posture check and my camera not even on. I got you, bro. Another crack shoot to end the game, baby. Let's go. Yeah, another crack shoot for the dub, man.
I see 7.
Hit him with the boink
I
button.
can debug remover now. I don't care what I need to say.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, anybody that's been enjoying the Terry content, make sure y'all check out the YouTube channel. I've been uploading a lot of Terry lately. So if you want to show some support, you know, please feel free to head on over there. Check out a few videos one time for the one time, man. Nah, so I already know you don't watch on YouTube. Mister, I'm always at work.
That's funny. I don't want to play Farm Simulator. No more friends for a while.
That was cross cut.
He's not the same though.
Come here, boy.
Hayes can actually be
I'm
active.
gonna back though. He put you in the corner.
Early mid. In fairness, I feel like you just need to farm. Also, the farming feels worse.
He's here.
Get that motherfucker. There we go.
He was a beast.
Yeah. Picking him up. We need to.
Nope, not today. No reset.
Picking him up. We need to just focus Avens here.
Get that motherfucker. There we go.
You watching the shorts.
He was
watching as the main contentos. Or you're watching the main contentos. That hits her off the ground? Please don't fully commit. Thank you.
Starting good solo lane. I don't even know. I don't remember last time.
But I love that pressure real good with Terry Aries, boy. With mother loving Terry Aries. You know what I'm saying? Throw the jacket off. Oh, so you only watch the shorts? Dang. Dang, bro. Ooh. Dang, I dropped the combo right there? That's insane.
Maybe I'm almost.
That was nasty. That was nasty.
I'm gonna try it.
No, my level 2 didn't come out, boy. Oh, I was about to knock a head off. Oh, if my level 2 would have came out, boy, that would have been a power geyser.
If they come, I'll be ready. Target's locked.
Power geyser. Oh, ain't none of that. Nah, I'm coming to get you out there. You ain't coming to me. I'm coming to get you out there, mother lover. Shred!
Better fixation.
Arrows
What? Ah! Come here. Come here. Get back in that corner. I said get back in that corner. Come here. You better not wake up soup, I'll tell you that much. Alright. You saved your life, boss.
They will never catch me.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh, mother lover, I'm nasty. nasty.
I see. Laying the trap.
I want to save my charges now. Once I get my upgrade, I will be charges reading. And this.
You're not wearing socks. You're not wearing socks. You have to wear socks. You have to wear them. Why don't you wear the socks? Why don't you wear the socks?
I see pockets.
Fighting ground.
Fighting ground.
Online. Casual match. They can't run forever. They'll be dead before they know it. I have eyes on. Here comes a new challenger. Charging. Round one. Fight.
Dodge it.
Let's go.
On the move. Goodbye. Setting snare.
I burning 15. Maybe I kill him then.
Taking aim.
I love you, man.
Now, find a new rival.
Yellow.
That's not green.
Round one. Fight.
Let's push yellow.
I see. I will find the trail. Round two. Fight.
Let's push green.
Round one. Fight.
Hesitate. One.
Round two. Fight.
I think so. They're gonna find. Go to the opposite side of the map. Gotta you have fun. Got him with
Terry wins. Round one. Fight.
Rush one.
Terry wins! Round one. Fight! Wasting my time! Get ready! I see. No hiding from me. Get to it! That was close! Round two. Fight!
Oh, it's just really dying.
Terry wins! Round one. Fight! Goodbye. Can't run forever. Round two. Fight! Rising tackle!
This is my second talon page. Last 3 months. I'll play some talon page. 2 months ago. It was like my first games. Talon is talon. I know, one dimension. Everything got the same.
Engaging. Terry wins! Round one.
Oh, okay.
Rồi, found this one. Bye, cooldown, that's it. Looking up. Maybe I can kill him. I see him. No, we can go to the wall. That's better than line of sight. Should I get now? I want like maximum spirit, but I have my speed maxed. Spirit power. Maybe I'll get this. I think I'll get Shadow Wave, right?
I hope you find what you're looking for, Great Talon.
Or Echo Shard?
I'm gonna get the buff on the left too.
I'll get Shadow Wave.
You're not messing around, are you?
Let's go.
Refresher, yeah, actually Refresher. I'll get Refresher next. Makes sense.
Okay, on me.
Maybe this is a waste. But it gives me 55 spirit.
And you're safe.
Also, I don't have cooldown yet.
He's waiting to be killed. Here comes a
Get out, get out.
challenger.
Don't fight that, don't fight that. Just back.
They could be anywhere.
Okay, Mirage, weak.
Help me, Grandpa.
Round one. Fight. My arrow will strike true.
Seven. Oh, well, good for you. Oh. I guess that's it. Now it's 50 second respawn time.
Round two. Fight.
Yeah, I'm in a game. Was it really fast? I mean, I'm playing for a bit. I don't know how long this person's gonna rematch.
Pressure now.
Just making sure it's not urgent or anything.
Look at Chris and look at it.
Round 2. Fight.
Just give me left. Seven. Stand back one.
Stirred up something in me that was best left stuck.
Hey.
You messed up.
Try me.
Round 1. Fight me, no escape.
Too bad. Here's live.
Round 2. Fight.
I don't have any charges. I use this. Yeah, I didn't love that game. You fell on me.
Final round. Fight.
I think Mystic Soul is worth it. One more game. I'm gonna keep first though, so I'm gonna try to stream in like 10 hours, 10 or 9 hours. So I don't wanna intimidate. Yamaro, I don't play Yamaro. I never played. I've zero Yamaro. Right? Zero. I never played. I'm not gonna play today.
Round 1. You messed up.
Spirit Eye is gonna get nerfed in like just in 2 weeks.
Too bad.
Next week even Thursday, it's like in a week. What? It's Wednesday already. The new patch has been out for Wednesday for me. 5 days. I just checked my phone.
Round 2. Fight.
Over here about shield days, I have much more impact. In Luca, sometimes it's pretty useless. Especially if you get behind. You'd be favored to do well.
Fight round. Fight.
Yeah, like it's very easy to beat it behind. Minutes off more late. There's more like 16 games a day. Or 17.
Terry wins. Casual match.
What were you saying?
Oh, so you know how I like to get cool flasks? You can use this too.
Oh, it's like an umbrella.
Yeah, Talon. I'm not Talon player. I don't know how it feels behind.
That's a good idea.
That game was really fun.
It's a good one.
I came with 2 of them. They were $10.
I'm gonna try Talon some other day too.
You can throw it too. It's a very throwable flask.
Terrible flask.
Damage is just insane. I have 50k souls. That usually doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I don't have a tier list. Well, I have outdated tier list. I'm gonna make one hopefully tomorrow. I started streaming like a month ago. Oh, a bit more, maybe 40 days ago.
Round 1. Fight.
I don't play Dynamo. I played a couple of Dynamo games 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Sometimes I need to donate. Games. I should just spam the Paradox sometime. Maybe next, like
Round 2.
patch if he gets buffed.
Fight.
I have like maybe. stun build is boring. Static stamina. I mean, one of that. The one actually has like some outplay potential. If you know how to move around the map, you move super quickly when you have all these weird items. Yeah, but I'll try it. Like, there's on some of those. Time and people like most people the queue following.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm getting rush. Just died one tornado. That full mark from me. That doesn't hurt so much.
Terry wins! Round 1.
I think we like swap and bomb. Right there.
Round 2. Fight! Terry wins! Round 1. Fight!
These are not really hard.
Round 2.
They're like platforms. Since it's so late, they are just sleeping.
Then we can come also.
Dead here probably. Never mind. He's back. Vindictus out.
We can go or what?
What's the plan?
Oh, there's nothing to do. Just protect the green.
Terry wins! Round one.
More coming this way at least. Hold on.
Feel free to come anytime.
I had the echo shift. What's the line in my way? I should just echo shift.
Round two. Fight!
What we do?
Yeah, that's the easiest ever. Think about it. Flying on my low block. I survived. Wait there.
Round one. Fight!
Thank you!
What's the plan?
Round two. Fight!
Can we take water?
From my way.
Terry wins! Round one. Fight!
Anything here? They're all alive. Confirm set. Going to
For me? Good.
two for
I have 200 money for my reverb.
Round two. Fight!
neutralizing Indy or something. I can't initiate fights on people. I can do double picks. I have any CC.
Shield was yellow. Someone on me inside here. Left.
Terry wins.
Incoming damage. Set damage. Best bug. Why did I take so much damage there? I was just following someone. What do you call it? Someone's from them. Someone's here.
Terry wins. Round 1. Fight.
Additional chain for it. Spirit armor next. Don't have spirit armor.
Round 2. Fight. Someone's using it anyway. Terry wins. Round 1.
I feel it.
Fight.
full the guys. Keep constant. Game. Live. Watch the back and easy. Guys so easily. Anymore. That's good. It's nice. Dash. Reverse.
Terry
Shoot. Shall we take the walker? On the right here. Under pushing. Blood is going yellow.
Rush.
Incoming.
What's not here?
here comes a new challenger.
Oh, the game began. Nice timing. For the game to bug. It's fantastic.
At least we got a walker.
The first time they had a hat. Time from lag like that.
I can go to fight him. I can also.
I don't think it's my internet. My internet should be fine.
Round 2. Fight.
Split armor next. Okay. Again, split.
Lockout wins. Round 1. Fight.
We can play maybe for them.
Adrenal, alright. No teams there.
Round 2. Fight.
Deep. Red guard, nice.
Right there,
Terry.
They're just being broken. Maybe we can justify that guy then. Let's have this.
Round 2. Fight.
This guy do 500 damage. Ace, we need you in base. Stand in, stand in. Rush, rush. Rush, rush. In. I'm so slow. You can end maybe. Somewhat. 10 seconds. No, we don't. Game is so long. 40 minutes. Okay, frenzy. Once I have money. Can you stay kind of group now? You get picked.
Your time runs short.
Let's
go blue.
Glowing green arm.
I need some money for the reach.
Head to yellow.
Can you just take group now? There's no point to farm anymore.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ace,
I'm here.
the ult is powerful.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Here comes a new challenger.
I don't want to solo tier purple, guys. Huge wave. I die, I think.
This is just a taste of what's to come.
Great match. Here comes a new challenger. Round 1. Fight.
stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan
stronger
solutions.
doors. You can do the gun buybacks.
Well, I
you
think
just
all the
pay for the
parents
guns and
watching
destroy
tonight,
them.
this is
It
your
works.
biggest
I mean, they've
nightmare.
done it
Look,
in like
I got a 17-year-old and
plenty of countries.
and he
Australia
was
did
just
it.
shooting at a community center playing volleyball.
The bad
Those
guys.
things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think. This is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe
Talk about like the
Senator
gun
Vance
lobby, the NRA. Talk about
hates
the
it when
the
these
money
kids
involved.
It's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening
That's a good
tonight,
answer. Man,
this
I thought
breaks your heart.
we're gonna get stronger doors is a crazy fucking answer.
Sorry about that. I appreciate it. Okay, Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the, frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We
Because we're based in America.
In this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the
Please
streets.
stop saying
I think
bad
it's a whole
guys. It's
host
so
of things that we can do here, but I do think in our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was the NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
I think you misspoke.
My shotgun was in my car, so I could present one after football. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect the Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor.
I mean, I got it. It's like the biggest difference between us and other countries. We have insane amounts of guns per
There's a
capita.
shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing crisis.
Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. First, let me say this. This issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance.
I mean, a huge part of it is how difficult it is to build. You just cannot build houses in America easily.
Using the GI Bill was one thing.
It's an insane amount of red tape, and then local councils block everything that's not, you know, a beautiful
those are things that make it
luxury apartment. It's all yes in my backyard.
Those are things that we know in the long run
not in my backyard.
Value, the generational wealth that's created from it, and I will give Minneapolis.
I don't think down payment assistance is a good idea, but it is a small credit in the grand scheme of things.
We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is
he's going back to this line. Again, this is the strongest line.
She wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable. I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill baby
energy
drill.
prices are so fucking low!
Aside from illegal
they
immigration,
are so low right now!
If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the
They're
job
so
site to build
low,
a house
dude.
is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other
compared to the
economic
whole rest of the world, bro. Outside of Saudi Arabia, we have the cheapest gas.
Seconds there. Do you want to answer
Can I have it?
where? Governor, we will get to you in a moment, but Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens.
Because we can't build a bunch of land or like houses in Yellowstone, bro. The houses have to be built in the cities people want to live in. We need higher density housing. We need.
Of course, that's not true. And again, you have facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check.
People aren't going to live fucking 100 miles from anything.
Donald Trump left office, but it's again blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask though on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal land, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists. Senator Bench, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. That in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last
I know we have a lot to get to, but I want to hear this. I actually want to hear these back and forth.
Replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response,
Meredith keeps saying we have a lot to get to until we have like 1 minute left.
Of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance.
I think let them talk,
Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care.
In Appalachia?
I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump is actually president. And again, he has a record to be proud of. Prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, you know, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about.
I think they're both
Look,
going to be
Donald
like
Trump
Band-Aid
has said that if
solutions
we
here.
allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. I think this is an important point about President
Trump care.
Of course, we don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care.
People
It's
liked
not
it. That's
perfect,
why
of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than we have before. Those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill.
Damn,
Now,
good memory.
fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that will be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president, inflation was low, take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
So
what
you
happens
think the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you should, I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then, when you get sick and old,
He
it's there
jimmed
for
the
you.
camera.
Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy
He's
Medicare.
jimming the
It's like
camera.
buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you, Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk
We have a
about
lot to get
families
to.
in America. There is a
We have a
child
lot to get to.
crisis
We have a lot
in
to
this
get to.
country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, they stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as child care on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help
Minnesota
with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue, and I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator, and I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice
I feel like
possible.
most don't want to come back to work immediately after just giving birth.
Between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look,
He said a lot of women and a few want to take a couple days off. That was crazy. I'm pretty sure most people that just had a kid don't want to immediately go back to work.
these programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look,
we're going to give federal money to churches?
And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks, and one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
What?
Can you clarify how that will?
Yeah, what does that mean? Wait, what?
Well, because
we're going to punish companies for shipping jobs overseas. It's going to make child care cheaper?
Resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options, and we're going to have to.
That's like two unrelated things.
We're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals.
Trickle-down shit.
Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that leaves you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you ask is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not here. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with child care and they will lead with housing. Because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about
a tariff on all goods coming into America just won't fucking work. I don't know how to.
After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign.
All the countries affected by it are going to do some sort of retaliatory tariff. The cost of goods will go up. It's not going to make enough money to pay for national child fucking care. It doesn't even cover the interest on our debt. It's not.
There was no widespread fraud.
It just I don't understand. Like it.
Of every state in the nation.
Expert or no, it's just obvious it's not going to work. It's not some fucking hidden hack for free money.
And sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors.
Bro said, I'm not Mike Pence. I got your back, Big T.
Illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable.
That's their line. For every time January 6th is brought up, they always say we gotta focus on the
what
future.
President Trump has said
With
is
the
that there
past
were
is the
problems
past.
in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
But why do they never talk about like the false electors?
I think there was a lot of commonality
or
here, and
calling the Georgia
sympathetic
governor and
to
asking him to
speaking on
find
things, and I
votes? They
think
don't talk
I
about the riot.
with the Senate.
That's like not the interesting part of January
One, though,
6th
that
and the
this-
whole.
This one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence.
Well, your
Mike
son's
Pence
nature
made
up
the
here, we
right
shouldn't cry.
decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponent, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Sure. Well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he
I think he went pretty kicking and screaming, bro. There was like 30 lawsuits. There was the constant tweets. There was the fucking the obvious January 6th riot. Then there was the attempts to overturn it to get Mike Pence to certify false electors.
This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think of revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that product. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on the stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking.
This is good.
Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is
That was my favorite part of the whole thing. That was a cook.
Right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News.
Did you guys see all that apple? Because Tim is cooking. Holy shit! Alright, quick break. That was really good. I mean, I fully agree. It's crazy. I hate the... Let's look at the future. And I really like the line about, hey, like, the reason Mike Pence is not here is because he didn't support Donald Trump challenging the election, which is true. That is the reason Mike Pence doesn't get invited to the RNC events when no one sees him anywhere. It's because he fucking certified the election, as every other vice president has done since fucking, that's why he got kicked out. There's no other reason. There's not, I mean, so that was good. I think if I'm Vance, I think Vance has done a pretty good job of what I said before this, of trying to steer everything back to the fact of like, hey, people are fucking pissed right now, okay? They weren't pissed in 2017. Let's go back. He's done that for a couple questions, and every time it works. You can just tell it's working, okay? But he's on abortion, on gun control, on child care, on health care, on all the questions where he couldn't do that, he's been terrible. He's been terrible. I mean, he's been really, No good. So I don't know. It depends. Again, I don't think this is going to sway the election really at all. I think they've both done well enough that both sides are going to find clips and they're going to celebrate as a win. It was interesting. I mean, I think as Americans, if we had debates like this all the time, it might actually be fucking good for the country because people are at least somewhat hearing. It's still theater, but they're at least somewhat hearing like the different stances, where they agree, where they disagree. Like, if you did this all the time, people might actually pick up some kind of understanding of the issues and why they're different. It's way better than the last debate, which was pure theater from both sides, pure. I don't like it that, I don't like JD Vance getting cut off a lot. They've both gotten cut off at least once, but JD Vance more than once, where a moderator says, we have a lot to get to. I think they should let him speak. He's not saying, you know, repeating stock lines. He's at least responding, and he should be allowed to respond. I want to debate. So, yeah, I mean, overall, pretty interesting night. But again, I just, outside of that key line, I'm just fundamentally not seeing a lot from Vance on like again, gun control, healthcare, childcare. Those things I didn't like. And then I think it's funny because the first two questions I think were the border and Israel-Palestine, and they both just fundamentally agreed. They agreed on like the exact same things. It was just it was whether or not the bipartisan bill in Congress would be the one. When did debate start? Debate started right now. We're in a break. It's coming a break for C-SPAN radio. The move came up from good to the outside the crazy press. Yeah, I think that very last part was probably Walls' best differentiating moment.
In New York City for the
basically where he said like, we agree on a lot of things, but we're miles apart on this. You know, the reason fucking Mike Pence is not here is there's only one reason, and it's because he wouldn't support the attempt to challenge and overturn the election. You still want to admit you lost it. Like that part was really good because.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now
by the way,
time
30
for
days
the
to the election.
Statements. Senator
Closing
Vance
statements.
won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters.
That's what we were going to watch instead on this stream.
Here. And I'm as surprised as
Dancing with the Stars
this
Tuesdays.
coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people.
Awful blood rotation.
They believe in a positive future for this country, and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way.
He did say
We don't need to be afraid.
In
Franklin
2016.
was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard, Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance,
All right,
your
pretty
closing
good.
statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago.
This is good.
And her
This is
policies
good.
have made these problems worse.
Politically, I mean, it's good.
Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world.
We
But
got the
they're
best,
not going to be able to achieve
most beautiful.
their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether
We need
you
a
vote for
president who's
me
been
or
there
vote
before.
for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential
the middle
debate
party
of
kinda
this
cooked.
election cycle.
I think that's going to
I'm
play
Margaret
really
Brennan.
well.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell, and a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out
35
and vote,
days,
and for all
bro!
of us here at
My
CBS
God, a
News.
calendar
Thank
month,
you,
and then we're
and good night.
there. What are they saying? What are they possibly saying? You like H-Rock too? Yeah, he's a great streamer. Oh, he's awesome. Yeah, he's awesome. I know. Can't wait to watch him and give him my Twitch Prime. GG, brother. Well played. Hey, well played. They said, let's go to Chili's. They didn't talk about golf once, I noticed. Not once did they talk about golf. Who's a better golfer? Who's a better sportsman? Who's stronger? Pretty good debate. Pretty good debate. I don't know if our standards have just gotten so low, but I thought that was pretty good, especially because the Biden Trump and the Trump Kamala one were both very low on anything substantive. You know, this is like an ounce. This is like a single piece of broccoli after miles of slop. It felt a lot better. Like I said, I think they both did pretty good. I don't think anyone got a TKO. And the only message I think that might break out or hit somebody is like somebody who wasn't already convinced would be the middle of Vance's closing statement about, you know, things getting more expensive because everyone feels that. And I don't think the average person is making the connection between COVID and inflation. And then the part from Walz about January 6th and about not conceding you lost the election for 4 years and then running again. I think those two parts are like, were strong and differentiated and stood out and were kind of memorable. So we'll see. But I honestly don't think this is a pole shifter really at all. I mean, maybe. My guess would be this doesn't shift the polls in any material way. They're going to be the same as they were the day before. Oh, it's a pole shifter, and you spelled it P-O-L-E. Are you trying to imply that your dick moved substantially because of this debate? It's completely unnecessary and kind of crass, okay?
But that,
certainly not something that I need to hear about.
I can tell you about it.
Where was Silk Song? Fucking denied again, and they didn't even talk about it. The fucking woke, mind virus, liberal media, and the MAGA Project 2025 conservatives are one uniparty united in censoring our access to Silk Song. Okay? The real American people aren't getting the truth we want. They talked about yap, healthcare, yap, housing costs, yap, the border. Not one mention of our sequel to a beloved game. Walls and Vance at the end reminds me of my mom's brother and my dad's brother trying to make conversation when everyone else leaves Thanksgiving. Just like, listen, they were pretty cordial. I thought that was a nice return to form. It's the first time in a while we've had a debate where the two people on stage said, I agree with you on something. They shook hands. They said, thank you for that. It's not, look, it's not that fucking crazy. It helps because we have different states, random people from different parties, and if they can't agree on anything, then it's just the country literally just tears itself apart. It literally divides. There's no way to work. What's your opinion on this? Let's see. What is this? This is Tim Walls handing me a blunt. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. You should have done that with JD Vance at the start. When they opened with that serious fucking Israel-Palestine question, he should have just fucking paused, looked in the camera, passed him a blunt, and they should have said, let's smoke before this. Let's get the tension out. I will say this. I've seen this pattern 3 times now, which is Biden, Kamala, and Walls. Whenever they get the very first question of the debate, they don't start strong. They never start by just pausing, taking a breath, and saying, hey, this is my name, here's what we're doing, they always start with like jumping into some facts. They start a little nervous. They always start like, and that's why 14% of Walls got way better over the course of the debate, but so did Kamala in the last one. Like they both start very high school debate. They like very let's get the facts out. They didn't talk about the dock strike, which is kind of crazy. I wish they talked about the dock strike. I was expecting them to. It's gonna be if the dock strike continues, things are gonna get really expensive before the election. The dogs are striking? No, the docks.
Oh, this debate was a pole shifter, but he spelled it P-O-L-E.
So Vance seems like he wants to run for president in the future, and Wall says he does not. Do you think this was a good performance for Vance if he tries to run Vance? I think this is a fairly good performance from Vance. He didn't say anything he said some crazy things, but he didn't say anything disqualifying for political office. He didn't say, they're eating the dogs. He didn't. I think they both did pretty good. I'm gonna just be honest. Like I think they both did. I don't think there's anything that like their party would be mad at them for. He seemed, not insane or off his rocker. He didn't like refuse to agree with. He did fine. I mean, there's some things that he said I deeply disagree with, but like the way he said them wasn't insane. Yeah, the only like gaffe of the whole night that I think was like a true gaffe was Walls saying, I'm friends with school shooters. Just, obviously not what he meant. And it's annoying. It's going to get like run out of context a million times. But that was a gaffe. I mean, that's not what he meant. And it's like a true...
What's that? What'd you say?
Crazy drill lyric.
Yeah, that's a good question. What was that?
He said he was meant to say I'm friends with the families of people who've been affected by school shooters, but yeah, school shooter parents or whatever. Not even school shooter. No, I think he's talking about people that have been affected by it. Friends with people who've been affected by school shooters. That's what he said. I don't think he's out there with what was it, Columbine kids hanging out. Yeah, he's talking about Sandhook families. Yeah, exactly. Trump lost interest midway. So Trump's tweeting. Let's see. He's using all bold. Dude, it's so funny. At 7:02, so about an hour into the debate, he said the great Pete Rose just died. He was one of the most magnificent baseball players to ever play the game. He paid the price. Major League Baseball should have allowed him into the Hall of Fame many years ago. Do it now before his funeral. That's so funny. Bro's tweeting about Pete Rose in the middle of JD Vance talking. That's crazy. What else did he tweet? Oh, see, this is so annoying. My daughter was killed in the Parkland school shooting. It's absolutely abhorrent that Tim Walz has befriended school shooters. Disqualifying. Come on, bro. Tim Walz out there fucking dapping it up with school shooters, hanging out with them. That's what you think he meant? That's come on, bro. And then this. So this is, again, I do believe that if Donald Trump could make the choice himself and didn't matter for votes, he would be pro-abortion. I agree with that. I think Donald Trump has paid for many abortions. I think that. However, when you overturn Roe v. Wade and return it to the states, you are tacitly supporting abortion bans for a lot of people. People that would like to be pro-choice. Everyone, that's exactly what you're doing. There's no other reason to do it. Like, it's so annoying, and I just want the states to decide. Call me crazy. I just want the states. Like, you know what you're doing, bro. It was 50 years of Roe v. Wade in all states. It's not. We can cut through the BS on this. I think this is annoying. This is why Elon Musk is banning bold tweets. He did ban bold tweets. Well, actually, he didn't ban them, but like, if you're on your main timeline, you can't see the bold, but once you click in, the bold hits fucking hard. Dude, the bold makes it so much harder to read. He's just trying to walk shit back because this stuff has hurt him in the polls. Yeah, he's trying to play both, you know? Because obviously there's people around him that want to ban abortion. And he uses them and needs their support and polling. He doesn't care either way. He doesn't like defend it. He has no principle on it. So, but I think if it was up to him, he would just do the most popular thing, which is keep Roe v. Wade. How long are we streaming today? I got more hours. This is my mom is here by Sweet Mommy. She's visiting me from Arizona. And so I don't want to stay. We got plenty to talk about. Anyone have any thoughts? Like, is there a advanced report that wants to talk? I thought he did well. I disagree with a lot of what he said, but I thought he did well. He didn't come off as insane. I really think he's got the most little half smile. When he looked dead serious, when he was like, I thought he was fine. But when he started going, yeah, it's so, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, dude. It's smart. That's what it's smart. It comes off as like the younger brother that like got away with something. And the side eye and the giving, I didn't like all that, but stuck to the message. And like I said, I think I'm of the opinion that the economy for the average American is bad right now. It's fucking bad. And I know there's a lot of stats that you can say, and I know that like it's like sacrilegious to be like, oh, I'd support Biden, but the economy's not perfect. And when you bring that up to people and you try to gaslight them that everything's all right, they get mad. What clip are we spamming? I'm sorry, wait. There's a tweet from, when is this from? Donald Trump tweeted, Saint Michael the Archangel defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruins of souls. Amen. This was like 2 days ago. I thought this was like fucking so true, though.
What's that?
Bless
yeah,
up,
yeah.
King.
Listening to that. Exactly.
That's crazy. What else we got? Has he been tweeting like crazy? Oh, I saw this, dude. I saw this. I was going to work on a little presentation about this. I promise to make America great again, this time with crypto. World Liberty Financial is planning to help make America the crypto capital of the world. The whitelist for eligible persons is eventually open. This is your last chance to be part of the historic moment. Join worldlibertyfinancial.com. This was fucking yesterday. This is a common prayer. Yeah, this is a normal prayer. That's a swim from me. Get this guy on fucking killer whales. No, I saw this. Apparently, crypto is like a massive campaign donor. The crypto industry is a massive campaign donor this time around. That's why. I mean, Trump is leaned into it more heavily. He's doing a lot of crypto shit. He spoke at the fucking conference, but that's why Kamala at that speech said something about like we have to make blockchain strong in America or something. They're both just like there's a fuck ton of money because crypto industry is trying to like get political influence to try and get the good times rolling again. To try and bring back the fucking pump. And there's a lot of crypto donations this time around.
You know what actually looks good on you? Like a little bit of scruff. Like this.
Whoa, really?
But like not much
A lot of the
more.
younger generation is angry with both parties. Do you think that'll lead to a rise in third parties or more Republican support because they're anti-government? I think, like I've said, this is applying to all countries across the world. There is an anti-incumbent bias post-COVID. In the 4 years post-COVID, people have seen prices go up dramatically. There's a rise in inflation. Housing prices are still out of control. And so whoever's in power is holding the hot potato of death. And all of them are losing or seeing huge reductions in their win. Like, for example, Modi in India did not lose, but he won by way less than they thought he would. It was like so shocking. And so it remains to be seen because the United States is unique and because Trump is uniquely divisive and Biden dropped out, so he's no longer the running. Like, if Biden had been running, he would lose. I've bet that since the January. I've bet that for a day. Biden would lose. But because it's just a unique situation, it's a real coin flip. It's a real coin flip in America. I don't know what it's going to be. But my guess is if a poll tells you that Kamala Harris has this in the bag, I would be skeptical. Because I think this is going to be down to the wire because of how fed up people are and just want the incumbent out. The UK switched, from the Tories. They just so that's I'm saying it's going to be a fucking tight race. That's my take on it. That's. Funny tweet about the debate. Let's see. In 2017, you called Trump America's Hitler. What changed? JD Vance.
So we moved to LA. My father gets a job at the Palm Restaurant. My Uncle Junior works there, who is a Jehovah's Witness, believe it or not. He went from Catholic to Jehovah. So basically, my grandmother wanted us all to switch from Catholic to Jehovah. You know, meanwhile, we're from Harlem. My father's doing coke. You know, my mother thinks she's Aunt Margaret. She's teasing the hair with a bottle of vodka. You know, so dysfunctional, cross-addicted.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a lot of like my crazy family in Appalachia growing up. What do you think, Squeak? I wish Squeaks was up there debating, dude. He would have fucking cooked. Politics is so cracked. I wish we had a level-headed candidate that could communicate they want to work instead of being petty. So I thought they both did that decently well today. There wasn't that much pettiness. And that's one of the reasons I like Tim Walz, by the way. I think he's in general capable of saying bipartisan stuff, of saying things across the aisle. Of they aren't the candidate. No, I agree. I think the candidate debate. I think this debate showed how flawed presidential debates have become. I mean, the presidential debate is really a circus, bro. I mean, like complete all the talking points were either totally deranged or like super stock politician like non-answers. It wasn't George Santos tweet. What's this? Can anyone confirm if Vance is on Ozempic? He's looking thin and good. Sheesh. What else? Any thoughts on the argument about Kamala not fixing things as the VP? It seems like anyone who's taken a civics class knows the VP is an underpowered position. First of all, no American has taken a gay civics class, okay? We're all fucking too busy, all right? So that's not going to work. Secondly, the political strategy there is to tie Kamala Harris to Biden. Biden's unpopular. That's what they're trying to do. Okay? I think JD Vance knows the VP. He knows the VP doesn't do much because he's going to be a VP. But that's what they're doing. All right? And by the way, from a political POV, I don't blame them because that works. People are unhappy now. You tie them, they get it. But yeah, I think your point is valid, 100%. It's a little bit disingenuous to blame Kamala Harris for every fucking administration situation. The only thing I got from the debate was that we should prove fentanyl domestically. Yeah, exactly. I think one of the main takeaways tonight was that we're getting too much fentanyl from Mexico when we could make it right here in America. Okay? When we get our hardworking American people back in the factories to produce fent, homegrown, get American jobs, that's clean fent, okay? We don't want dirty fent. We want clean fent made in America, American jobs, American taxes paid. That's why I'm proposing the Freedom Fent Administration. The door shit may have been the worst bit. Yeah, that was probably, that was one of the worst bits for sure. I think the idea that you're gonna make any difference in the rising amount of gun violence and the number of school shootings by let's make stronger doors in our schools. It's crazy. I mean, it's such a I don't think it would do anything, but even if it did a tiny bit, it's such a tiny Band-Aid on a gaping open wound. And that was the first answer. That was the main. That was crazy. I mean, that's Like his main point in that area was about security in schools. And I didn't hear this part, but somebody said, I'm glad that Vance mentioned nuclear at one point. At least I'm being told by Chad he did. I think that's good. I wish they would both fucking say nuclear. I think nuclear is awesome. The government needs to make it easier for average people to run for office. The best candidate is probably some middle-aged dude who manages an IHOP who will never run for any form of office. Your ideal president is an IHOP manager. Maybe. I guess it depends. This but Denny's. That's crazy. This but Denny's is crazy. Like, there's a fundamental difference. That we have two people up there and one of them is managing an IHOP and one manages a Denny's. Listen, I think having some history in working with government, understanding how it works is not a bad thing. I also think understanding global issues and relative balances of power and who our allies are. And I think coming in with absolutely no education is not necessarily a huge fucking bonus, even if they're a regular salt of the earth person. There's complicated issues. You learned that at the Denny's? The Denny's manager school teaching you about fucking balance of payments with China? Yo, H-Rock, a bit off topic, but I started at IOI, and a big part of that is thanks to your Hitman videos making me aware of the company. How much of my paycheck do I need to send to you? Ooh. I would normally charge you 80% because I've done all the work to get you there. However, instead, I want you to drop the James Bond IOI game key to me a little early. That's all I need. I don't need the money. Just like, well, I forgot. Oh, shit, I actually typed it in your Discord. I deleted it. I'm sorry. Oh, let me... Just hook me up, bro. I'm trying to fucking play more IOI games. Can you talk about the China question? I thought Walls answered it totally backwards across the folder. Which question are you referring to? Which question are you referring to about China? Oh, Tiananmen Square? Okay, yeah, so again, I'm learning about this through the debate. My understanding is that he said he went to China during Tiananmen Square. And later it was fact-checked, and he found out he was there later that summer. So he lied. Probably not even misspoke. I mean, he probably, like, exaggerated. You know, it's like, I mean, I don't know what context he said it in, but if it was, like, between then and the next 30 years, he might have been like, yeah, I was there for Tiananmen Square. I was there for the spirit of it. But that's what... I don't know the context. If he said it, like, under oath while defending someone who was at Tiananmen Square or something, then it's more disqualifying for me. But if it's like he said it at a cocktail party as like a brat... I don't know. It's like a LeBron thing. This debate's pretty civil. Here in Brazil, one candidate just attacked another with a fucking chair during a debate. Dude, that'd be so fucking... You guys have wrestling? You have fucking a candidate coming out with... Let's see... We got some news articles coming in. Live updates. A tense policy-heavy debate ends with clash over democracy. This is just live updates. This is just live updates. Oh, it's like them fact checking. Oh, this is an interesting fact check. I mean, this is what I thought during the debate. He said there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share that drills down the connection between increased level of migration and higher housing prices. And it's like, I don't disagree that increased migration probably does increase housing prices. But if you think that, like, that is the core problem with American housing, that's like, this is a multi-decade long problem that continues to get worse. It's fucking 100% due to fucking investment, lack of building. Let me see. Let's see. Here's the video of the chairs. I don't really want to see it. I mean, I guess. All right, let's see. If it's 1 minute long, all right, we'll watch it. This is what we could have had, folks. This is what they took from us.
Você não é homem nem para fazer isso. Você não é homem. Não, Datena. Olha. Vai. Não. Nossos comerciais, por favor. Você não é homem nem para fazer isso. Jesus Christ. Você não é homem, Datena. Não.
Jesus Christ.
Nossos comerciais, por favor.
No better way to show you're manly than keeping your cool. When someone says you're not a man, you prove it to them by flipping the fuck out, picking up a chair, and trying to kill them. And then grabbing another one. That's the IHOP manager debate, bro.
Sammy, one of the people in chat commented, they were like, your American debates are so civil. Here in Brazil, one of the candidates just attacked another with a chair during the debate. And there's a video of it.
I'm sorry, this link is an NYT opinion piece. This is just a dude.
Yeah.
This is already, I mean, this is something you write before the event and have it ready to go.
You don't really need the audio, I don't think.
I'd be interested in seeing a poll, though.
Well, it's not going to be in English, Sammy.
Right, I know.
It's Brazil.
You're right. But you know what? I know a little Spanish.
Yeah, you'll know what's going on here.
Você atravessou o debate esses dias para me dar um tapa e falou que você queria ter feito. Você não é homem nem para fazer isso. Você não é homem. Não, Datena. Olha. Vai. Não.
Crazy. This is really fucking insane. I'm gonna turn off my